Today's just a weird day. Um, yeah, it's been pretty weird so far. Not like weird stuff's happening. It's just like I don't know. It just feels like a weird day. Not getting tons of views, but I'm not boosting them myself, but my book has gotten got about three, maybe four more views than I expected it to have. Now, granted, the three, maybe four that it's unexpecting, I expect them to come in at some point. It's just that people that I've pushed it out to are very busy people, and they don't just they just don't have the time to pull up and kind of listen to and read even a minute 52 book. So some people I don't expect uh be on it right now. So if those 3 to 4 people have already been there, it's unexpected. It's very unexpected. But I'm glad to see that people are reading my book, or at least listening to it. I'm really happy with my book. It was really hard to write. Been trying to write that book for many years. So it was I take a lot of pride in that book. And it actually means a lot to me. It means more than just uh visual art, some words on a paper or digital space. Um that book means a lot to me. More than most people would even realize. Which is why it might take me just as long to write the second book, because second book um is has to be approached properly. I wanted this. This is what I was showing. Yeah, people reading my book. If we get more people reading my book, we will we might be able to get it published. Might be able to get it published into an actual book. But that book, the reason it means so much to me, because it's the story about these two. That's what that book is. That book is the story of these two. Which is why there's a dedication at the end. These two are, even though they're gone, they're still why I'm here. Making them proud, even though they're dogs, and people would say that's stupid. Making them proud is why I'm still here. No, I mean, now it's making my little rabbit buddy try to give him the best life he can, giving him as much love as he can, much love as he may or may not have ever been able to experience in his life. They're why I still do this. They're why I'm still here. Even though they're not. But that's why that book means a lot to me. It means a lot to me because it's very, very personal. But written in a way that disconnects the personal feeling for me and connects it anywhere that's had that same personal connection. Even though it doesn't match up exactly with most scenarios, it matches up enough to be impactful. Probably not gonna need. No, I'm not gonna need that no more. Let's see. What they're talking about.
And let's get straight into Operation Epic Fury. Israel says they expect the fighting to last at least 3 more weeks as Iran ramps up retaliatory strikes on its neighbors in the region.
Thought it was so close to being done. So close to being done.
Yeah, hey Lawrence, good morning.
What happened to all that? What happened to all that? So close to being done. It was a sweeping success. So close to being done. Which tells me somebody outside the regime has joined the fight. It sounds like the Houthis and the Hezbollah have joined the fight.
Not only the storage facilities of Iranian missiles are being targeted, but also the production lines.
Sounds like they're not saying what they should be saying. The other people have joined the fight.
Focus does remain on the Strait of Hormuz, where the Trump administration has indicated they're calling on other countries around the world to participate in pressuring the Iranians and allowing the safe passage of vessels. This is where 20% of the world's oil passes through on a regular basis. President Trump was asked this weekend about that possible coalition.
Talking to countries about policing the straits, because they are the ones, we don't get oil, very little, 1%, 2%. But China, as an example, gets about 90% of its oil from the Hormuz Strait.
We actually covered this last night. That America essentially doesn't essentially get most anything from Iranian oil. As a matter of fact, we get none of our oil comes from Iran. All the fuel prices are actually set based on fuel that's already been purchased. So the spike in pricing is a greed thing. It's a greed. It's a greed thing because they're trying to get us to inadvertently pay into the war machine. Because why else would they be jacking fuel prices up? Because the longer this goes on, the higher costs. That's overall costs. Overall costs will start to increase because of the fact that it'll all be used to pay into the war machine. So while we think we're just doing some good, helping out a fellow man in another country, we may as well have just sent them billions and billions and billions of dollars. Because then we wouldn't have had to go in. They could have just built their ISIS 2.0 and took the government down and maybe possibly be worse. Because I'm pretty sure the Ayatollah that was in power was able to get such a backing to oust the original ruler and essentially passively exile his son. And what kind of support did he have to start? He had to have had an overwhelming amount of some type of support to be able to oust the original Shah of Iran. There's only one way that they could have originally ousted him is having that kind of support, where the Shah from 50 years ago had no chance to stand against what was coming his way. So, I mean, somebody supports that regime somehow. Because unfortunately, if we look at it, they're like, their current government runs in like a very very primitive democracy. And it's only in the sense that the people who fight against the current nationalism are independents and otherwise liberals. People who don't believe in the overwhelming amount of nationalism. They want to be free. They want to do whatever they want. They want to. If they don't want to do something, they don't have to. They want to be able to criticize the government, protest. And I'm not saying these things are bad. I'm just saying if you kind of align them with American politics, kind of see the same patterns to go through. And likewise, Islamic Revolutionary Guard, Islamic State, they would be the conservatives. They would be the nationalists, the ones that They would otherwise not want any other type of um, society's ways to influence, essentially influence their people, which is why they hate Western culture so much, because it's not just that it stands for freedom, it's kind of stands for rebellion. Like, we literally stand for, and like are the living embodiment of rebellion. Our whole country was built on rebellion. And that's why a lot of these um, hardcore religiously run countries do not like the United States or even the Western civilization to begin with, because of what it symbolizes. Not necessarily the freedoms we have, it's ultimately what we symbolize. We symbolize going, whether you see yourself that way politically or not. You are in a country, you were born into a country, you wanted to migrate to a country, you're living in a country that is founded, this whole idea is thought up of based on a rebellion, based on rebellion ideology. But you know what we have done since then? We've kind of retired the rebellion ideology. Something a little more, I don't know, structured, if you will. Not overly structured, because like a lot of things, like it looks shiny and pretty from the outside, but then when you get into it, you really start to see the cracks, corners, and the peeling of the paint places don't otherwise look. You start to see the real things happen places. Idea of this country is why a lot of countries hate us. What we symbolize. Not saying we're the best at anything. We could be the worst at everything. But every other country will have that stigma toward us because of symbolize not taking no for an answer when we shouldn't be, but also making sure that when we say yes, it's warranted. Worth. That yes is worth. Otherwise, everybody here can just keep on saying no to everything. Kind of what we see. We're kind of in a time where everybody's just saying no to everything. No, they're not. It's like we've become too risk averse on every bit of everything in society, and we're not giving the benefit of the doubt where it belongs, chances where they belong. We're not giving even the looks in the directions, because every time we start to do that, we're being told breaking news, new detail, live now. Being told all this stuff, pull our attention in a different direction. By the time we look back, keep on moving, nothing to see here. As they tear up the streets, place the pavement. Otherwise hiding vital evidence. This is, these things are why I can't find myself believing in this. I hope that some of the words that I speak, reference to it all, get maybe picked up and noted some direction. It's talked about on a broader sense, but I don't hold out hope for any of it. It's not realistic, not practical. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. Not healthy to hold all of it. Saw this yesterday. We covered this. Talked about the rest of the world gets more from Iran than we do. We don't really get anything from Iran. We're ultimately just helping everybody out. Doing nothing but being a nice guy. In the Strait of Hormuz open. Even though we're the reason why it's closed. It's funny how that works, right? The Strait of Hormuz would be open if we weren't the reason it was closed. Since we don't get anything, we don't get anything from them. We're just basically playing, I don't know, guardian angel to everybody else. We started the problem. That's what's interesting to me, is that the rest of the world gets more from the Strait of Hormuz than we do, but yet we decided to go in with Israel and essentially join Israel's side in this whole war, when he's already said it. He doesn't agree with the war in Ukraine, the war in Russia, but yet we don't really do anything. Well, I don't want my money sent to war. Why are we even helping Israel? Israel, take care of your own problem. Like, you guys are bickering back and forth. They attacked you, attack them back. Like, why do you need to go to mommy and daddy? Why did Israel need to come to the United States for us for us to go in and do stuff? Israel's so powerful, right? Israel should have proven their point that they can stand on their own two military legs. And they can't. Israel can't stand on its own two legs military wise. They need American funding for their military. Without America's funding, the United States funding, Israel gets taken over. Their Iron Dome means nothing against ground forces. Put that into perspective. So with that knowledge, because you think, even say Iran sent up everything, United States never joined in, never helped Israel. Israel and Iran is going at it. Eventually, one of them would start to lose resources. And without United States funding, I believe Israel would be the one to run out first. Because of the simple fact that we give them a lot of money. We give them a lot. So if Iran attacked them. They should have attacked them back. And it should have just, everybody should have just stayed out of it. We're not providing any assistance to the Ukraine-Russia war, rightfully so. We shouldn't be funding and providing anything to anybody else's war. Everybody wants to say, well, the Islamic regime funds terrorism. Oh, and the Chinese government can take down all the fentanyl precursor stuff. Do they? No. Supposedly fentanyl kills more than Iran's terrorists. So by any of these numbers, if using anybody's statistics by what they are, fentanyl would kill more than any terrorist from Iran. But we're not going after China. Like, we're not literally boots on ground in China telling them to get the fentanyl under control or we're going to come after you. Well, they got a 1,000,000-man army. Go into our military and then listen to what our cadre says about the Chinese 1,000,000-man army. When it comes to fighter determination, sheer warrior power, our smaller military does outnumber them. Maybe less so, because our troops are more anti-war nowadays than anything. But if it came down to it and pitting militaries against militaries, I'd say Russia may be the only ones that could legit put up a fight that could do some damage. Everybody else would be just trying to drop a nuclear bomb. Everybody else would just be trying to drop their nuclear bombs on us. Because they wouldn't actually otherwise be able to get here. They could, but if the I'm telling you, people would say, oh, I don't think so. Americans are lazy. They would need something more very catastrophic to happen. There you go. If something was to attack American soil, it would activate Patriot. Like, we think Patriot Act is some law. No, the Patriot Act is what happens if somebody was to actually attack us. Actually attack us. Like, try to boots on ground troops us Red Dawn. And you don't need like some extreme amount of military tactics, because no other country in the world would have the capabilities, the time, and even the mapping effort to be able to map out everywhere that a human being resides within the United States. And a lot of these people aren't the kind of people that are like, everybody stay away. No, they're going to take what they can in a certain radius around them, and they're going to say, this is the plan. We have to hold this down and hope that everybody else around this country is doing the same. Because we're not going to have to worry about zombies or anything like that. And yeah, there will most certainly be looting and insanity going on. But a lot of that are people who are so deathly afraid that they're next on a list somewhere that they wouldn't, I mean, they're not helpful. They're not the helpful kind of people. People that are looting for circumstance, they're not going to be helpful. They're going to be what gets you hurt more than anything. But the people who are going after essentially the defense tools, the tools of defense, those are the people that probably have the places to get to. Because that would be the first thing I would do. I would gather in close proximity with other people I know of who know strategy, know how to otherwise defend themselves. And we would kind of be like The Walking Dead, but we would keep our group to the point where we would know who's here, who's not. Because it becomes harder to identify targets when you start bringing in any and every person. That's not to say you become hostile toward everybody. More or less like, you have a group, we have a group, let's roll together as two groups who get to know each other, so we know who each other are, so we know better how to identify enemy combatants and can protect one another. I mean, this is how this country works. This country works by small communities connecting together as a defense force if need be, and an offense force when it's required. That's how these countries do survive. They ultimately don't just survive by governments and militaries. Yeah, we have planes and things that we can put in place if mass devastation happened. But that's really those scenarios are like all out nuclear war, and they're just nuking parts of the United States. They would be able to send the upper echelons of our government up into the sky and otherwise still control the country and run the country from the sky. Those scenarios, I mean, they're probably start with boots on ground. But the ultimate thing about those scenarios is those are if it gets unmanageable and we're losing. We are losing the land. That's like, those are contingency plans. While attacks on California, people would think, oh, well, attack on California's got everybody all mobilized. Nah. It's got everybody, some people's eyes open, like, okay. But all that's doing is they're just drawing up plans in case somebody really, really gets squirrely. Why we're not sending tons and tons of troops into Iran. Supposed to be helping them help facilitate regime change. But you see how that went.
First, we turn it over to Trey Yingst in Israel with the latest from President Trump on the Iran conflict. Trey.
Yeah, calling it a conflict.
Yeah, Todd, Carly, good morning. Overnight, the Israelis and the Americans launched a new round of strikes against the Iranian capital of Tehran and other positions in western Iran. You can see in some of this video black smoke rising from the Iranian capital overnight. This is an indication that the Israelis and the Americans are making good on that promise to go after more regime targets as Operation Epic Fury enters its third week. We know there were other significant strikes on launching positions, besieged force headquarters, and also other positions belonging to the Quds forces of Iran's IRGC. Now, President Trump over the weekend talked about how the Americans and the Israelis are degrading Iran's missile and drone program.
Their missiles are down to a low number. You see, they're shooting very few of them. You know why? Because they don't have very many of them. And because we've decimated their manufacturing capability. Likewise, the drones are way down. They're down to about 20% of what they had. Still have some. And they, pretty tough. But the drones are down, and we're starting hitting, as of yesterday, we're hitting places where they manufacture the drones. Most of which we know where they are.
The Israelis say they've destroyed 70% of Iran's ballistic missile launchers. Still, though, they are getting off some of these missiles. You can see on Sunday here, one of those cluster munitions slammed into a central road in Tel Aviv, causing some damage. There were some light injuries over the weekend, but no significant casualties reported as a result of the Iranian ballistic missile fire. A top spokesperson for the Israeli military said this about the ongoing operation and the goals of Operation Epic Fury.
As a military, we do not have the goal of toppling a regime. We do not overthrow regimes. We do, however, create the conditions and undermine it so that over time, the Iranian people will take their fate into their own hands and reclaim this country, which has been taken hostage by this terror regime.
The Israelis are looking east, but they're also looking north to the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah, striking a number of Hezbollah targets across Lebanon this weekend. We also know there was some damage on the ground and casualties reported there. Hundreds killed, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. As this is all taking place, Israeli ground forces, according to the IDF, have now launched an operation into southern Lebanon. They are describing this as limited. You can see some of the video that was released of night vision cameras that the Israelis provided showing some of that force buildup in southern Lebanon. Now, reports do indicate up to 450,000 Israeli soldiers could be called up for reserve duty as a possibility if this expands into a larger ground operation against Hezbollah. Todd, Carly?
Trey, there's reporting that the Trump administration, as soon as this week, has plans to announce that multiple countries have agreed to form a coalition that will escort troops through the Strait of Hormuz. When it comes to this coalition, do we have any details on which countries could be signing on to this?
It's a great question, and we do expect today to actually get more information on which countries would participate in securing the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, this is a critical waterway for international energy markets and the flow of global oil. Over the weekend, the United States launched strikes against Karg Island in the Persian Gulf. This accounts for around 90 to 95% of Iran's oil production facilities in terms of actually getting their oil exported. But the Strait of Hormuz has been under threat by the Iranian regime since this war began. And so President Trump is calling on international countries that use this critical waterway to participate in securing it. We've not yet seen many countries say they're willing to do so, and actually some have rejected this request by President Trump. But we can expect the White House today to encourage countries to participate in this coalition, and also some of those Gulf countries, Bahrain, the UAE, and Qatar.
This is funny. So I just got an email from Quora. The Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum, addresses Trump. This is hilarious. So you voted to build a wall. Supposedly this was a year ago, she said that. I don't know why I'm just now seeing. I guess a year ago. She said, so you voted to build a wall. Well, dear Americans, even if you don't understand much about geography, since for you, America is your country and not a continent, it is important for you to know before the first brick is laid that there are 7 billion people beyond that wall. But since you don't really know the term people, we will call them consumers. There are 7 billion consumers ready to replace their iPhones with Samsung or Huawei devices, less than 24 hours. They can also replace Levi's with Zara or Massimo Dutti. In less than 6 months, we can easily stop buying Ford, Chevrolet cars and replace them with Toyota, Kia, Mazda, Honda, Hyundai, Volvo, Subaru, Renault, or BMW, which are technically better than the cars they produce. These 7 billion people can also stop subscribing to DirecTV, and we don't want to do that, but we can stop watching Hollywood movies and start watching more Latin American and or European productions that have better quality message, cinematic techniques, and content. Although it may sound incredible, we can skip Disney to go to the Xcaret Resort in Cancun, Mexico, Canada, or Europe. There are other great destinations in South America, East America, and Europe. And even if you don't believe it, even in Mexico, there are better hamburgers than McDonald's, and they have better nutritional content. Has anyone seen pyramids in the United States? In Egypt, Mexico, Peru, Guatemala, Sudan, and other countries, there are pyramids with incredible civilizations. Find out where to find the wonders of ancient and modern world, none of them in the U.S. Ancient and modern world, none of them in the U.S. Shame on Trump. We would have bought them and sold them. We know that Adidas exists, not just Nike. We can start wearing Mexican sneakers like Pan Am. We know more than you think. We know, for example, that if these 7 billion consumers don't buy their products, there will be unemployment and their economy will collapse within the racist wall. So such an extent that they will beg us to tear down this ugly wall. We didn't want to, but you want a wall, you get a wall. Sincerely yours. For one, that is about the most ignorant, stupid thing I've ever heard. Because if everything else around the world was so much better, then why did you just name off a bunch of, in your words, worthless stuff that can be easily replaced? Which is funny because it won't be. It won't ever be easily replaced. It's hilarious. I love goofy stuff like stupid, ignorant people. Like she has no idea what she. Again, she has no idea what she's even doing in that. Which is why the cartels still run that country. Which is why the cartels still. That's fine.
That are taking incoming fire, likely considering this offer from President Trump.
Trey Ying's live for us in Israel. Trey, thank you. With that, let us bring in retired Navy SEAL and host of the Everyday Warrior podcast, Mike Sorelli. And Mike, I want to pick it up.
I got to use the restroom. Got some food. Bad thing with all this Iran stuff. Doing too much is just that, doing too much. But not doing anything, I mean, it's a catch-22. You want to do something, but you don't want to do too much, because it it goes from helping someone do something to doing it for them. And that's kind of where we're at right now. Like, we're doing it like, but again, what kind of aid could we have provided the protesters that wouldn't have been too much? It's a catch-22 when somebody is trying to take their own freedoms back. Not 100% black and white.
Question left off. If all of those countries, Trey said there are some that have said they are not going to provide warships, but if all the rest of them ultimately provide warships, and we're talking the countries that benefit from oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz, would that end Iran's ability to disrupt passage through the strait?
It would. It would. You guys have to understand that, you know, the Strait of Hormuz is Iran's gun.
It'd slow it, but it wouldn't.
To the global economy's head. That's what their playbook has always been. So these escorts are no longer about ships. It's about resecuring the energy markets. And so it behooves not only the United States, but it behooves every country to provide these escorts to bring stability to the global markets. That's the whole intent.
Yeah, so Mike, dive into that a little bit further for us tactically. What do you think the next steps should be to secure the Strait of Hormuz and restore what you said, global security, back to the world economy?
Great question, Carly. So, you know, we've got to go back to longstanding IRGC policy, which was when their homeland is at peril, under attack like we see now. Their playbook has always been to go to what we call a pressure lever, the Strait of Hormuz. What their intent is to raise the cost of global war, but both regionally and globally. So, guys, you know, not only the escorts, but to continue destroying through just systematic attrition, continue to destroy their strike capabilities. But it also involves Karg Island, which Trey was just reporting on. 90 to 95% of their oil exports go through that island. So we may see an escalation where we see a limited ground offensive on Karg Island. And what that would most likely look like is U.S. Marines doing what they do with an amphibious assault to seize key terrain. Because Karg Island is not only their cash register, but it strategically squeezes Iran. And so that would be critical. It's also strategically located right there in the Straits, which could serve as a staging base for us moving forward until the cessation of this conflict.
How many Marines, U.S. troops, could you envision going to Karg Island? And what is the opposition on Karg Island to when those troops ultimately land?
So Todd, we've had reports about us striking over 90 military targets on Karg Island. Karg Island consists of both military, IRGC, Navy installations, as well as their oil infrastructure. So you would most likely, on top of those 90 strikes, see pre-assault fires to suppress any enemy positions that still remain on that island, while the Marines, probably 300 to 500, conduct an amphibious and helo-borne assault to seize that key terrain.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about boots on the ground, which is something that a lot of people do want to avoid here. If this sort of scenario actually does in fact play out, which side would have the upper hand?
Oh, you've seized the key terrain. You've squeezed Iran both economically and tactically. But we've got to point out it would be limited ground operations. We're not talking about mass scale troops on the ground. Right. That's not the intent. And Trump knows that would be a strategic miscalculation.
Meantime, Israeli forces confirming that the Michigan synagogue attacker's brother is a member of Hezbollah. The IDF writing on X, quote, Hezbollah commander Ibrahim Mohammed Ghazali was responsible for managing weapons operations within a specialized branch of the BADR unit. The unit's responsible for launching hundreds of rockets toward Israeli.
We've established that the synagogue guy was trying to carry out a terror attack. Okay, we got that. So does that mean that the Minnesota guy, the Texas guy, the shooter that kind of started, like the moment they started Operation Epic Fury, the dude that started walking around property of Allah shirt on, that guy, does that mean that guy's not affiliated and that wasn't an attempted terror attack? What was that? What was that all about? Because we hear the references to the synagogue guy, the two guys at the other place. They tried to lump that first guy in with this too, but I haven't heard nothing about that guy.
Civilians throughout the war. His brother.
It is probably, as I said, some random dude who lost his mind and decided to go and get a gun and try to kill people. Guarantee that's what that guy is. He has no connection to any of this.
Mohammed Ghazali carried out the terror attack in Michigan this past Thursday. Ibrahim was eliminated in an IAF strike on a Hezbollah military structure last week. It begs the question, Mike, why is there a brother of a Hezbollah commander even in our country in the first place? You would assume that based upon the trust we put in our government, that kind of an individual would be vetted and kept out.
Oh, Todd, this upsets me as it upsets a lot of Americans. I'm going to start with immigration. I'm going to end with vigilance. So this points to the need to have higher security with our immigration. Not only do you need to vet people coming from these high-risk environments, you also have to ensure that they assimilate to our way of life. When they don't, we are putting American lives at risk.
This is right-wing news.
This isn't the 1950s or 60s. We live in a very different world. And it doesn't take a battalion of ISIS or
I mean, I agree with it,
IRGC
but you can definitely tell it's right wing.
It takes one
They wouldn't be
lone
saying
wolf
that on NBC.
to be radicalized and to conduct attacks like this,
CNN,
much like we saw at Old Dominion
ABC.
University, where we lost a soldier who was close to retirement. Now, with the vigilance, we as Americans have to recognize that the 21st century is different from the past. We've allowed people, not only through the southern border, but weak immigration laws, into our country. So we as American citizens have the duty to be vigilant that if you see something, you report it. If there's any belief.
The bad thing is that's only one side of the problem. Because there is inevitably and always domestic incidents as well. And I'm not saying, well, obviously, it's all taking place here. Duh. What I'm saying is that there are people that are multi-generational citizens of the United States who grow up Oklahoma City bomber, American born, American bred. hated the government, hated how the government was running. That's why he carried out that attack. You have these attacks that happen kind of the same scale as this stuff. And instead of going after what it is these people, yes, they're going about all this stuff the wrong way. But what are they even saying to begin with? What is setting them off so much? Can't say it's just some conspiracy theory stuff, but as we found out that most of these old conspiracy theories, they're not theories, fact. They're just misaligned anecdotes. They just need some structural tweaking, and they align perfectly. It's very easy to see why this stuff even happens on a domestic front. Because to assume that, oh my God, the bar shooting and all, again, they're actually trying to really connect it. But they've not actually brought out any evidence that this dude is connected. They're basically saying radical Muslims, radical Islam is inherently connected to all of this. And they're just stacking attacks on American soil. This is the false flag stuff that guys like Bahala VFT and the other guy, this is the stuff that they talk about. The false flag stuff. Candace Owens, she talks about some false flag stuff. He points to stuff like this. Not really points to it, but she kind of like, This is the stuff. This is what I was saying. I've been saying as well. Over sensationalizing and connecting dots on a graph that otherwise might not have even dots connected to. Like the people in all of these might not even be connected and know each other. These people might not even be in affiliation with anybody, any of these people. They just know that they're brothers and cousins and uncle, sisters, stepsons were a part of an organization and they got killed. So now they're going to avenge them by taking it out on Americans. I'll see you in the afterlife, brother, sister, uncle, cousin. This, I mean, where is the evidence that all of this is actually? I'm not hearing any evidence. I'm just hearing they had brothers in this, they had cousins in this, they had uncles in this, and they were blown up. Hey, does that mean everybody who's had family members that were victims of gang violence are now inherently gonna take revenge on gangs? No, actually, as a matter of fact, it's the opposite. They all go silent. They lost family members to gangs. They're not gonna test the gang because they don't want to lose their life too. They go the opposite direction. They don't go out and well, some of them do. The gang members' sides do, but most victims of gang violence don't go out seeking revenge. They don't. Most victims' families, they don't go out seeking revenge. And so, in cases that they do, they're already part of that life. kind of a good argument for how these guys are all connected, all of this, but that's also side skirting that religion to begin with. That religion is a very retributionary, if that's even a word. They're all about retribution. They will get vengeance, which is why that religion, like different sects of that religion, have been seemingly at war with one another for 1,000+ years. Is because they all cannot agree. They all hold grudges, cannot agree. They want vindication. They want retribution. They want vengeance for the wrong that has been committed against their sect of that religion. That's kind of why I say, like, not to say they're all primitive, but that's why I say they're still kind of primitive in their religion and their following of it. They're still practicing their religion as the Christians and the Catholics and old religions did back the days of the Crusades. They're ready to ethnically and religiously cleanse the rest of the world. But the Crusades were like, there's a massive story to the Crusades. I'm referring to more of the ideology and the mainstream idea of the Crusades, where religion was just out starting war left and right. Essentially parodying it. Because it's kind of what I see it all as. It's all one giant parody of itself. I mean, I could understand the appeal to wanting to find some purpose in something, but to take it to the point of wanting to be violent about it and hurt people over it is what never makes sense to me. Never makes sense unless some other religion or people or whatever are actively hurting people. Then it should be left alone. Be left to practice and believe whatever the hell they want. But fortunately, as you see, the way some of these people run these countries, it's not that way. And it's kind of how it's understandable why these people stay in a manner of vengeance when something bad happens to their family. Because you take family death out of each one of these scenarios, because I've not heard anything about this one. I've only heard about these three. This one was the final confirmation. These two, this one was the story behind it. The two guys were ISIS supporters, and they're trying to carry out attacks in the United States in the name of ISIS. This guy, I think, had family that was blown up, and this guy had family that was blown up. You take the family death out of these scenarios, who's to say these things actually happen? Which is what's crazy to me, that the FBI can say, oh yeah, we know about all these people. You let these attacks happen? You knew about all of these people, supposedly, but you let all these attacks happen. Because let's face it, y'all are spying on everybody. You haven't pulled back any spying. You're still spying on everybody. And so I can guarantee you that you knew about all of these. That's those 3-letter intelligence agents. Guarantee they knew about all of these. There'll be an article written. You'll see it. You'll see it. They knew about every one of these attacks prior to. This one just feels like a straight up false flag. 100% false. I haven't heard anything about this. Day after it happened, it was disappeared. This one feels straight up fake. Not fake as it didn't happen. Fake as that was a person that was paid to die so his family could live. That's what this. Somebody who's already at a brink. Do this, and we never has to worry ever again. Not saying it happened, but it's not too far-fetched.
That somebody may be radicalized, you report it. If not, if we don't.
Yeah, now we're going to have people calling the police on each other. Oh my God, this person sounds angry. I think they're radicalized. I feel like that's what we're going to end up seeing. I do feel like that's what we're going to end up. I'm getting hungry, so I'm going to heat up some rice and some eggs, mix them with some sauce. But I'm going to, while the rice and the eggs are heating up, because it's going to be like 6 or 7 minutes for everything to heat up. Pull out my wok, get it all heated. But no, I'm gonna mix up my salsa that I made. I'm gonna mix it with cream cheese because I think I may have created a really, really good pasta. But it's like something that very complicated, and unless I write it down, no one would be able to recreate it. Not even me. I wouldn't be able to recreate it exactly. I mean, I remember everything I put in it, but I don't do measurement. I do to taste. Everything's to taste. If I like it, it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks because nobody else is going to eat it. It's just going to be me eating it. I'm never worried about it. I'm going to go and get some things going. All right. So what we're gonna do, hopefully the music's not. Oh, but like I said, we're gonna take this cream cheese out into this bowl. I want to mix sauce. Not really sauce, it's more like salsa, but I'm going to turn it into a creamy sauce. Start out with one block. How thick it is, not too thick, will be good. Yeah, straight from love cream. Waste there. This is, to me, this is the best part about food. Like, I don't call myself a chef or a cook or anything. I mean, I can cook, but I love the science. I love the science. Food science is so. And that's the best thing. That was the best thing about Alton Brown. Killed it. Not ready for any of the other stuff yet. Dig all this up. It's some spicy stuff. It's kind of been not really fermenting, but it was sealed for a day or two, only because I didn't really have a whole bunch. I picked up some chips, first unsealed it. It didn't have a ton of heat, but a couple days later, definitely started popping out. I had some yesterday. It's got a lot more in it. This big. So good. Everything sauce is roasted. Except for obviously the I used. There's some stuff I didn't have. Didn't have black pepper. Salt. Even though most everything got salt over top of it while it was roasting. I think I'm definitely that other block. had to take the opportunity. Oh, my gravy. not not 100% incorporated, but it's pretty good incorporation. I would have to essentially get my little hand mixer. Mixer. The little smells like this definitely smells like a good homemade fresh queso. I only say that because it's basically made of salsa. And I could add some tomato paste to it, turn it into marinara sauce. Hard to gauge. Like, oh, that looks like poop. It's not. It's really good. I wish I had something already pre-made. Like, it's not just my fingers. Like, the only thing I could do is do this. It's so good. Oh man. Like it's just got such a deep, deep, earthy flavor. The depth flavor, this massive. Like you taste the roasted everything essentially. Then you have the backing, the heat that comes up from behind. It's not heat. It's not spice like not spicy right out of the gate. Like the heat comes behind. You've already tasted all the other flavors. Then the heat comes up. So good. It would be so good on a pasta. Bad thing is, essentially have to feed it in a Ziploc bag and squirt it into my jar. I probably reuse this one, but otherwise I'm gonna be taking it into a Ziploc bag and piping it into the jar. I'll be piping it. The other one, I could start taking things in. Be kind of messy. What happens when patience comes around? Big old glob right on my keyboard. I didn't really have to see it. I heard it. Hear the plop on the plastic. Forgot about the plop. What spill? I didn't spill nothing. Ain't do nothing. There ain't nothing nowhere. What are you talking about? Ah. Heavy. Heavy. All right. Now I'm actually going to go away and take my Oh, that was some tasty, tasty stuff. And now I'm about to wash it down with some Dubby. That's actually some really good stuff. Stuck on my baby bottle. Good old Dibby. Oh, which one got this fruit? I think it's like a fruit punch. Good. Really good. English only, please. Thank you very much. Intelligente, I know what that means. You seem very intelligent. Yes. I don't know if it's enough Spanish to be able to pick through that to be able to gather what you mean. I don't know what tamaño means. It also always go. Compliment. Very intelligent. Your brain is the size of a watermelon. So, thank you, I guess. Never heard that before. Never heard that. See, and this is what irritates me the most. All this finger pointing back and forth. You all are to blame. Not just Biden, Trump, not just Obama, not just Clinton. All the way back. You all are to blame.
The center of this conflict, as leading CEOs are warning the energy crisis will only get worse.
All right. This week, the administration is set to release 172 barrels from its reserve, as the price of oil is now more than $100 a barrel starting today, 103.
So what else is being done to keep costs down? Let's head down to the White House, where Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt joins us live. Good morning, Caroline.
Good morning. Good to see you guys.
Good morning, Caroline.
So, Caroline, can you talk about, I know the president has had these conversations with some of these countries that he wants to be a part of this coalition. What countries are those?
Well, the president has spoken with many countries throughout the last several days. We're on day 16 of Operation Epic Fury, and the United States military continues to totally decimate the rogue Iranian terrorist regime. We've now hit more than 7,000 targets. We've sunk more than 100 of their naval vessels. We are completely annihilating their navy, and their ballistic missile and drone strikes against the United States are down 95%. So President Trump is the first president in nearly 5 decades to finally have the courage to do what so many American presidents and leaders around this world have longed for, and that's to take out the threat of Iran. So yes, the president is speaking with our allies in Europe and also many of our partners in the Gulf and Arab world to encourage them to step up to do more to open the Strait of Hormuz, and our NATO allies especially need to step up. Look, President Trump has been very, very frank with our friends in NATO for a very long time. He got got them to increase their defense spending up to 5%, and now he's calling on them to do the right thing because, again, the United States of America is leading the way, not just to support and protect our American assets and bases in the Middle East, but also to defend Europe and the Middle East and the rest of the world from the rogue Iranian regime from obtaining a nuclear bomb.
Caroline, Democrats were on the Sunday shows. They were being, or many of them were criticized on the Sunday shows for holding up this government shutdown. They're not cooperating to fund TSA workers, to fund CISA, to fund our Coast Guard. And now we're really feeling it. And people are going to the airports. They're waiting in 3-4-hour lines to go through security. You know, as a mom, we're about to have spring break. Our kids are out of school. Many people are traveling home to see grandparents or to go on vacation. And this has got to be fixed. Here are the Democrats talking about holding up the DHS funding on the Sunday shows.
Is it responsible for Democrats to hold up DHS funding with the threat of terror attacks looming during this conflict?
She said, with the threat of terror attacks looming.
No, Kristen, as you know, we offered vote after vote, resolution after resolution.
Adam Schiff.
Even as recently as this
50
week
Schiff.
to reopen those agencies, to fund them, and the Republicans voted it down.
Isn't it time for Democrats to reopen and refund DHS?
So first of all, Democrats have tried multiple times to try to get TSA, CISA, the Coast Guard funded. Republicans have refused time and time again to fund.
Caroline,
It's funny how that works, right? They point the finger at them. They point the finger back at them. They keep doing this finger pointing thing. And guess what? Never actually happens. The problem gets solved. That's what happens. Problem doesn't get solved. Then they do a false flag event and say, look, see what happens? Oh, everybody needs to go. We need to go to war.
50,000 without pay for 4+ weeks. More than 300 officers with TSA have quit their jobs. 171 million passengers expected to fly from March 1st to April 30th. That's up 4% from the same period last year.
Oh.
What's your reaction to this? How can we get
It's up
Democrats
from the
on
tank.
board to fix this
Came
problem?
from the asshole to the tank.
The White House is trying every day, Ainsley, and President Trump has been on the side of the American people in this fight since day one. He has consistently called on Democrats on Capitol Hill to do the right thing and fund the Department of Homeland Security. That's all we're asking for. We want FEMA to be paid. We have another storm rolling in the East Coast later this afternoon. Those workers going without pay.
That crash that happened yesterday. For juvenile drivers. They were being chased, linked to a March 10th shooting. Was a juvenile. A 17-year-old who had a warrant out for his arrest for the shooting was in the vehicle. Was the one driving. So I'm pretty sure that's actually in connection to the two innocent bystanders that had nothing to do with the police chase that lost their lives. I'm pretty sure that's connected to that. And I can guarantee you that 17-year-old that was running from police, I want you on a bet he's got prior charges. Bet $1 million. I bet all the government's money. They don't got none, so we'll both still be poor. But I bet he's got prior charges, probably for not doing the right things. Maybe stop letting these kids
Again, TSA agents who do a thankless job at airports across the country are going without pay. And now American air travelers are being impacted by this. The Democrats are playing partisan politics, and they can't even tell you why. They have no good reason for it other than they are trying to object to everything that President Trump wants. But this is a good thing for the American people, of course, to keep the Department of Homeland Security open and fully funded. That's what President Trump and the White House is calling on Democrats to do. It's very simple. They just need to get back to Washington and actually do it.
Hey, Caroline, look.
The new
Not there anymore. Christy
season of One Piece is out.
Coleman says no more roving patrols. They're wearing body cameras. Democrats can honestly say, hey, we got a lot. Instead, they want no masks and they want federal subpoenas, warrants. Forget it. It's not; those two things are never going to happen. But I want to bring you to something else that's happening. I believe on March 31st to April 4th. It's supposed to be a meeting between President Trump and President Xi in Beijing. Is that in jeopardy, being that we have a war now in Iran?
I don't think the meeting is in jeopardy, but it's quite possible the meeting could be delayed. These are leader-to-leader conversations that are currently taking place. And if the trip is delayed, then, of course, we will provide those dates very soon. I know President Xi was very excited to welcome President Trump to Beijing, and I know President Trump looks forward to this trip. It's really just a matter of the timing. Of course, the president's utmost responsibility right now as commander-in-chief is to ensure the continued success of Operation Epic Fury, as he's doing 24/7 here at the White House and here at home. So we'll look forward to announcing those dates very soon.
Caroline, can you give us an update on the Save America Act? It seems like the majority leader, Senator John Thune, is going to bring it up for a vote. This has to be a red line in the sand for the GOP, right?
That's what we're hearing, and it's what we're hoping. The president has made it very clear. He wants that bill on his desk here at the White House as soon as possible. It is 5 of the most common sense proposals that any party has ever put forward, and the American people overwhelmingly support this bill. Voter ID, proof of citizenship to vote, no mail-in ballots, which we know create tremendous amount of fraud in our electoral system, cannot transgender mutilate our young children. We need a ban on those procedures in surgeries, and then, of course, no men in women's sports. That's what the president is asking for. It's the Save America Act. It's a great piece of legislation. I look forward to seeing how Democrats can possibly oppose these overwhelmingly popular and positive policies for our country and for the American people.
I think it's an 80-20 issue. The majority of people want you to have an ID in order to vote.
90-10 in some cases.
90-10. I don't disagree with you. What about President Trump signing this fraud task force executive order with our vice president?
Yes, later this afternoon in the Oval Office, the president and the vice president will formally launch their executive order and their task force against fraud. This is another promise made and kept by President Trump. He announced this in his State of the Union address and announced that the vice president would be overseeing this task force. So this is really going to establish a whole of government effort to fight fraud at both the state and the federal level in every state across the country. We look at states like California and New York. We know there's been hundreds of billions of fraudulent schemes that have ripped off American taxpayers. So we're going to turn every page to find and identify this fraud, to prosecute the individuals who are engaged in it. This will be, again, a whole of government effort led by the vice president, and the president will be signing that in the Oval Office this afternoon.
Oh, you will. Nothing will happen.
Everything else.
The people who are actually perpetuating all the fraud, nothing's going to happen to them. Nothing is actually going to happen to them. What's going to happen is the poor people who got wrapped up in it because, I mean, let's face it, they're poor and they would probably sell their soul to the devil just to be able to afford things. That's what's going to actually happen. People who ended up wrapped up in it because they don't know any better, because they don't have any other option. I mean, it's poor people's options are crime or destitution. It's crime or destitution. So a lot of people are going to choose crime. Most people are just biding their time to destitution. Like the way society is working, the way the finance world is working, the way capitalism is working in this country and is planning to work in the future, the poverty class is going to be massive. It's going to be in the hundreds of millions of people eventually, because no one is the major populace is going to get to a point where they can't actually afford anything. And they're having thousands of friggin' kids just to get some type of government assistance to have something again. And they're all wondering, like, what happened? Like, I used to have stuff. Where did all my stuff go? Inflation. That's where it went. It went to inflation. Nothing's getting better, but it all's costing more. Everything is costing more to stay the same.
Thanks so much, Caroline.
Thanks, Caroline.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page.
You shouldn't say that, buddy. I don't know who Brian is, but you guys need to get your stuff figured out. Let's spend billions of dollars to find out what's happening to billions of dollars. It doesn't make sense. Like, let's put together a task force to figure out what's happening to the billions of dollars that's being fraudulently stolen from taxpayers. How much is it going to cost? Billions of dollars. It's going to be billions of dollars to do this, but it'll be worth it because we're going to be planning to be the greatest country in the world. Look at the great things we're doing in Iran. We've blown them to smithereens. Well, maybe not the whole country, but at least the important sites have been blown to smithereens. We saw that. He's ready to switch sides. Shit, we're losing. You switch sides.
Week 3 and counting. President Trump's call for help falls on deaf ears. Trump has asked American allies to send warships to keep the Strait of Hormuz open.
America don't have allies.
So far, England, Germany, and Spain have rejected his
You've tariffed everybody in the world. You think we really actually have allies? No. Everybody's got to spend more money to get their stuff here. You think that they're going to jump? They don't even, at this point, they're just going to charge their people more money for oil. They're just going to blame America for it. They don't care. They'll turn it into propaganda to their people. Acting like they cared to begin with. If they cared, they would have been in talks with us to do something forever ago when Khamenei was funding terrorism across the world. That didn't happen then. Was it going to happen now?
Responded saying it is now up to the countries that are dependent on Iranian oil to secure safe transit of tankers through that strategic waterway. So what is Trump's next move? Should the United States send boots on the ground to occupy Iran's oil-rich Karg Island? Doran Kemple is former
Going
deputy
to.
commander
We
of the
shouldn't, but we're
IDF's
going
most
to.
elite special forces unit. He's an American citizen and the founder and CEO of Bond, a rapidly growing AI-powered security company. Doran, considering these latest developments, what's Trump's next move? What's he likely to do now?
Thank you, Gary. If I may, I'd like to take a step back and remind all of us what are the likely aims of the war, the 4 strategies that apply to these aims, what is the status, and where do the Strait of Hormuz fit into that? Would that make sense, sir?
Sure, it sure would. Go for it.
Terrific. So let's take a step back and remind ourselves. Iran works for the Russian-Chinese bloc. They're the means by which the Russians and the
So are we? So Stieg is Russia and China ultimately back Iran. Does the United States expect them to respond?
Chinese can apply kinetic pressure on the US on the West. That needs to be eliminated before they reach nuclear power. So that is a problem. This is a cancer that needs to be solved. With that, there are 2 possible aims to the war. Number 1, delay the cancer. Number 2, eliminate the cancer. Delaying the cancer entails a strategy that is already on its way and is highly likely going to be accomplished. And that is to demolish all of the military, not civilian, military infrastructure of Iran. Their ballistic missiles, their nuclear enrichment plans, and everything that's associated with the IRGC. Everything that we see happening in the last 3 weeks is focused on that. It's just a matter of time until we're going to run out of targets. So this is doable. But this only postpones the cancer because within 3 to 5 years, Russia and China, with the Iranian oil, we reconstitute all of that. That, Gary, leads us to aim number 2, which is basically turn Iran from a proxy that works for the Russians and Chinese to a proxy or a democracy that teams with the West. That has 3 strategies associated with it. Number 1, that we've been talking about, is a revolution. And in order for that revolution to occur, in order for the people of Iran to choose democracy over tyranny, what needs to happen is the following. First of all, counter to what is said, there are military forces on the ground, but these are undercover forces. They're on the ground, they have been on the ground, and they direct most of the precision bombing. So when you have a leader being eliminated, he is eliminated because somebody on the ground communicates to some plane in the air.
Why is he saying that? He pretty much giving the IRGC regime, like the people that are still alive, he's giving them the how-to. This is how we're doing it. This is how we're taking you out. We got people on the ground, undercover. You know what's going to start happening? They're going to start killing civilians again. They're going to start killing everybody. Whether they support him or not. They don't know who's good and who's bad. So why is he saying this? Why is he telling basically how we're winning? This is how we beat you, while we're currently still in the process of beating you. We haven't even won, and yeah, I'm going to tell you my end game. That's what villains do, isn't it? Tell you the end game. I'm going to crush you, and then I'm going to take over the world and eradicate all the human beings from it.
That person X is in building Y in room Z for 4 minutes, and that releases ammunition that goes through the window. So there are undercover forces, CIA, Mossad, and special military operations unit that can operate with civilian clothes on the ground. This strategy of a revolution would mean, A, we need to make sure that we demolish all the military infrastructure. All along, we're preparing a friendly general who's probably already in relationship with the Mossad or the CIA. And at the right time, when we have demolished the military infrastructure, and when we feel that the IRGC has been weakened sufficiently, this general basically steps up and leads the uprising. I don't have inside information. I don't know where we stand relative to that step, but it's probably a matter of a few weeks. If that strategy doesn't work, and I don't know where we are relative to that because this requires very sensitive information, the next strategy that we don't like is boots on the ground. In other words, to help this so-called general and the uprising by bringing American and potentially Israeli boots on the ground. This is very expensive, and that is going to involve more casualties. Unlike special operations units that are on the ground that basically hit and retreat, think about what happened in Venezuela. Hit and retreat. Now we're talking about forces that are going to sit on the ground probably for weeks, maybe months, but we can take them back. So this is not going to be another Iraq. This is strategy number 2. Strategy number 3.
And every time they say this is not going to be like Iraq, I lose more and more confidence in that actually being true. This is not going to be like Iraq. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Is less expensive in terms of US casualties, but what that means, Gary, is turning Iran into an Iraq. Think about it. Iraq used to be just like Iran. It used to be a country with ambitions to have ballistic missiles, which they had, and to develop nuclear power.
Are you really? Is he really lobbying for the Bush tail? The weapons of mass destruction that were never found, Bush tail. Is he really leading with that? Oh my. Which they had. He had to follow it up with that. Which they had. I don't believe you, sir. I do not believe you.
We don't hear about Iraq anymore because we have demolished their civilian infrastructure. They are not able to develop an economy. BP, Exxon, and Occidental basically mine the oil, but they cannot develop anything. So this would be strategy number 3. If we cannot arrange for a revolution with a friendly general, and we don't want our forces on the ground, that the next option that can be done with our massive air power is to just break Iran into small parts. They're never going to be an economy that can develop any power, not in the next 30 to 50 years. That is very painful for the Iranian people. Back to you, Gary.
Well, boots on the ground.
That's the most likely option and outcome. The 100% decimation of any ability for any type of established government to take a foothold in Iran for the next 30 to 50 years. That, to me, sounds like the most realistic goal that they're looking for.
Let's talk about a limited boots on the ground action. How about Karg Island? 90% of Iran's oil flows through there. The United States has taken out Iran's military defense capability there. Should Trump order U.S. troops to occupy and control that island, how difficult would that be?
I think that that's tactical. Strategically, what we need to do is eliminate the tier 2, tier 3 leaders, break the IRGC, allow for the friendly general to rise up. We need to protect the oil infrastructure because we need the oil. So everything that we're doing in Karg Island, I think, is secondary to the fact that we need to eliminate the IRGC, allow for the friendly general to arise, and open the Straits of Hormuz, because that basically limits the time that we have to operate on the ground, sir.
That looks so clunky. That looks like a very bad, a very poorly put together video game. Look at all the guys with their hands in different positions. Like this guy, his like fist in the air. Like these guys are kind of right. This guy is just like white knuckling his shit. This guy is just like playing a guitar. If this is like, this is not scary. And like, look at watch them step. Every time they step, their foot was like turning out and coming in like they're trying to like do the whip and do the nana. Like they're doing the nana with their foot. Is it like, this is not supposed to be like, if it's supposed to be scary, that I don't know what is, then like we've really lost touch with what horror really is. If that's scary.
Secondary to the fact that we need to eliminate the IRGC, allow for the friendly general to arise, and open the
Like
straits
what's with the this guy? Like, this is not. It'd be scarier if China's million-man army did a parade, a show of force parade, while wearing clown suits. It'd be scarier. Like, this dude's about to put it, like, his arm is all the way out. Like, they're all overlapping one another. Like a very poorly put together Spartan wall. Oh man, this is comedy. This isn't a show of force. This shit is comedy. You gotta be kidding me.
Well, President Trump said
Then they're showing off their ballistic missiles and had kids running around and like, yay, mommy, look. Boom boom stick. The rocket. I want to go to space.
he thinks newly appointed Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is either dead or seriously injured. So what do you think? How likely are we to
dude's in a coma. It's already been said. The dude's in a coma. He's missing a leg. He's probably on life support. Like, these photos that are being shown of him is like that's the same guy? Ooh. I'm sorry for your loss. Have you talked about possible possibility of pulling the plug? I don't think he's gonna make it. Somebody get him some help. He needs some milk.
The truth about his status.
What I would do is I would say that he's dead. Let him prove otherwise. And
Let him prove otherwise. I mean, he's, for one, even if he's not dead, he's got one leg, bro. He's got one leg. You gotta give him a moment. He's like wheelchair bound now. Unless he became a professional crutcher overnight since he got blown up.
Otherwise, we prove.
Well, the thing is, the ironic thing about it is that these guys fund people who blow things up. Like, that's what they do. They fund groups that go out and they create explosives and they blow things up. It's only fitting for them to get blown up. Like, we knew it wasn't a possibility of them getting blown up by ignorance and arrogance, thinking that they knew what they were doing, and mishap, boom, blowing themselves up. We already know that that's not a possibility. For the simple fact that is they pay people who have, like, who've been radicalized through their polluted ideologies. They get them to do it. They get them to martyr themselves. And they're not even martyring them. Yeah, I forgot to create a. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. I'm in right here. We do want to do. We're just going to do some manipulation. This. Excuse Boom. Okay. Backgrounds folder. Background. So yeah.
Otherwise, if you follow my thinking. So right now, everything is very fragile in Iran. So I would say that he's dead and let him prove otherwise. As soon as he exposes himself, we fulfill the prophecy.
Well, before the bombing began, Iran negotiators boasted of having 450
As soon as he
kilos
shows
of
himself, we
enriched
fulfill the
uranium at the
prophecy.
60% level.
What about that guy?
How likely is it?
Like, this guy, that guy that they just showed, has also been making threats to America. He's the foreign minister. He deals directly with the top echelon of the government. Do you think that guy's going to be partial to America? He's going to just look the other way after we done killed his guy? I doubt it. I truly, truly doubt that's going to. I'm more inclined to believe that he'll end up being worse. Ushering in somebody that's worse. Telling say the son is alive and we can't get to him. What does that do? What does that say? That says that that foreign minister guy is going to help in accelerating everything they were doing, plan to do, everything. Trying to look for.
Uranium at the 60% level. How likely is it that special forces could locate and then extract that uranium? Is it impossible to find and remove, or is that doable?
It's not impossible. It requires intel that we probably have. But once we know where it is, we need to plan a mission that is probably very complicated. It involves the type of skill set that Delta Force, SEALs, maybe Marines, basically protecting the perimeter, would apply. And then we need to land significant forces, protect the area, allow our special forces to go into that particular area through fire and get the uranium. And I would say, why do it right now? If there is a chance to get this friendly general and to create this revolution, we'll just bring trucks in within a matter of months and they'll take the uranium. So I wouldn't risk people right now. But it is possible. These are just very expensive missions in terms of the type of personnel that you need on the ground.
So it might be a little different than extracting Maduro out of Venezuela. You're doing uranium, which is a little different, a little more dangerous there.
Absolutely. Yeah. And remember that Maduro probably was handed to the forces that arrived there by assets that the CIA handled.
Okay.
So it's a different reality than what we're seeing in Iran.
Well, the Iranian Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi says he's ready to step in to help the country transition to democracy as soon as the regime falls. And he's urged Iranians not to take to the streets until it's safe. But there are indications that some Iranians are already working to destabilize the regime. What can you tell us about that?
So these are, of course, my assumptions. I don't have any inside information, but I agree with the assumption that first you need to demolish the IRGC, get to a point that the CIA and the Mossad are going to point to and say, now it is safe for this leader. There needs to be a military leader that takes control with our support. We just need to determine what level of support. And after he secures Iran, only then you can have elections and bring civilian leaders, and you need to protect them. Because if they get hurt, if somebody assassinates them, then the whole house of cards is going to crumble. But all of this is doable, and the U.S. and Israel know how to do that.
Well, how can the regime topple without an armed civilian population? And where are they going to get the arms? Do they have arms? How can we do this without troops on the ground?
Well, there need to be troops on the ground. The question is, are these our troops? Or are there a few generals, probably in the general military, that the CIA and Mossad have relationship with, and at the right point, at the right level of weakness of the IRGC, they would lead their troops, and with help of Mossad, CIA, they would lead this revolution. We just need to protect this general. So I assume that there are such generals, and they could lead their troops. Troops are typically very loyal to their leaders, but they need to find the right leader. So in my mind, to your question, it could be leaders who are there. If that does not exist, or if nobody stands up, then there's strategy number 2 and strategy number 3, which is putting our forces on the ground, which would be expensive.
Well, people have talked
in
about
terms of casualties.
People have been talking about arming the Kurds and beefing them up a little bit in the northwestern part of the country. Do you see that as an option? Trump has kind of backed away from that.
I think that it's useful to get more forces involved in order to create psychological pressure on the IRGC and to create a sense that the sky is falling. But the Kurds are not built to mobilize and to conquer. They can make some moves, they could be helpful. But in order to lead to a revolution, again, you need either a friendly general or you need our forces on the ground. So, our forces, not the Kurds.
Doran, do you see a fractioning of the IRGC now? How weak is it?
I think it's very weak. And if you're an IRGC leader, first of all, you know that you're being hunted. So the more senior you are, you know that you're on some target list. And at some point in time, you say to yourself, should I continue fighting in order to maintain my power and status, or should I just save my family? I'm sure that these questions are already in the minds of IRGC leaders, just like they would be in our minds, Gary, you and I, if we were leaders of the IRGC. So those doubts are there. They're not hearing from their leader, and there's a lot of doubt. And in that particular context, it's very useful for us, for the president, President Trump, to continue telling them, if you lay down your weapon, full amnesty. So I think that all of that is a very sophisticated strategy.
Okay, there's a lot going on. We'll have to keep a watch on it. Week 3, we're watching to see what develops. Doran Kempel, thank you for sharing your insights. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, Gary.
We're going into Iran. American troops are going into Iran. That's supposed to be evidence of him being alive? Terrible evidence.
Now, amidst rumors over Benjamin Netanyahu's death or killing, Israeli Prime Minister has posted another video on social media. He is seen with Israeli citizens in this video. He had already posted, remember, a video on social media earlier to refute the claims that he had been killed. This is the other video that has now come to light, interacting with Israeli citizens. He has done this since the war started in the past as well. In the previous video that he had sent out on social media, he was seen buying coffee or having coffee in a cafe, also showing his fingers. There's some whole drama playing out on how many fingers he has. But this is the video that has been released by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. Let's try and listen in what's happening.
את אמרת הכי טוב. הציבור מבין את העניין. אבל הנה הפרט הכי חשוב. איך קוראים לך? שיר. מה ששיר אמרה, ואת?
שיר גם.
יש לנו שני שירים כאן. מה ששיר ושיר אמרו זה הדבר המרכזי. צריך להבין, זה דורש...
It's like people never heard of video production. Pre-recorded video. Northern. Today. That was that overnight strike that I was talking about. The overnight strikes that were happening.
Residential areas across Israel as the Israeli Air Force simultaneously hit Tehran, Shiraz, and Tabriz in what it described as extensive strikes targeting Iranian regime infrastructure. Air raid sirens sounded across northern, central, and southern Israel throughout the day, including twice in Jerusalem. Air defense systems intercepted the majority of incoming missiles, but warheads and debris from interceptions reached the ground, damaging homes, landing near the National Library adjacent to the Knesset, and scattering fragments in Jerusalem's Old City near the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. In Rishon LeZion, a residential home took a direct hit. A second warhead struck a home in Shoham, causing serious structural damage, while a third impacted Route 431, forcing partial closure of the highway. President Isaac Herzog visited the Rishon LeZion impact site, telling Israelis, "Our enemies in Iran are trying, in a cowardly way, to harm citizens in the heart of a peaceful residential neighborhood. We will overcome these challenges and defeat our enemies." On the Israeli offensive side,
what happens
the
in war?
IAF struck and destroyed the private aircraft of slain former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei at Tehran's Mehrabad airport. The IDF said the aircraft had been used by Khamenei and senior Iranian officials to manage military procurement and advance relations with allied proxy groups through domestic and international travel, describing its destruction as a blow to Iran's coordination capabilities with the Axis of Resistance and its broader military rehabilitation efforts. The IAF also destroyed an Iranian space research facility in Tehran, used to develop capabilities for attacking satellites, including programs linked to the Chamran-1 satellite. The military released before and after imagery of the site, saying it posed a direct threat to Israeli satellites and
You're
the
not
space
seeing any
assets
of
other nations.
You're seeing you're not seeing any of this on the main page though.
Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps on March 16th pounded Israel's military aerospace weapons production centers along with its aerial fuel support centers, according to a report citing a statement by the IRGC. The aerial blitz reportedly involved the IRGC's lethal missiles, including the hypersonic ballistic missile Fatah and long-range ballistic missiles Imad and Qadr. The report, however, didn't specify which Israeli aerospace weapons production center was targeted. Military aerospace weapons comprise advanced systems designed for air-to-air, air-to-surface, and space engagement, featuring hypersonic speeds, precision guidance, and AI integration. Meanwhile, Israeli newspaper The Times of Israel on March 16th reported that sirens blared in northern Israel and an early warning was issued in the Jerusalem area following the detection of the launch of an Iranian attack by the Israel Defense Forces. The Israeli media report said that a small number of missiles were launched, which were likely intercepted or struck open areas during Iran's latest ballistic missile salvo on Israel, said to be the fourth since midnight. Debris from one of the intercepted Iranian missiles hit multiple locations in central Israel, Al Jazeera reported, citing Israeli Channel 12. Missile fragments reportedly fell on the cities of Shoham, Rishon LeZion, Lod, and Nes Ziona near Tel Aviv. The reports came as Israel's health ministry on March 16th said at least 3,369 people, including civilians and military personnel, were injured and hospitalized since the start of the US-Israeli war on Iran. It said this figure includes 142 people in the past 24 hours. Iran's elite paramilitary force that didn't stop at its reported attacks on key Israeli targets, it also claimed to have struck US military gathering points at Al Dhafra Air Base in Abu Dhabi and Jufair Naval Base, NSA, together with Sheikh Issa Air Base in Bahrain. In this attack, the IRGC reportedly unleashed its solid-fueled, road-mobile ballistic missiles, including Fatah, Dizful, and Zulfiqar missiles. Meanwhile, the Israeli military retaliated by launching what it said was a new wave of extensive airstrikes in Tehran, Shiraz, and Tabriz areas of Iran, targeting Iranian regime infrastructure sites. While Tehran, Iran's capital, is located in the north of the country, Tabriz, the country's fourth largest city, is located in the northwest near the border with Turkey, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. Shiraz is located in southwestern Iran. Amid reports of explosions hitting the Iranian capital, Tehran activated its air defense systems, as per Al Jazeera.
The U.S. Embassy in the Iraqi capital Baghdad was subjected to yet another attack by Iran-aligned Islamic resistance fighters amid ongoing war in the Middle East. Air raid sirens echoed across the Iraqi capital after back-to-back drone attacks near the heavily fortified United States Embassy, Baghdad. Iraqi air defense systems were forced to scramble as drones approached the diplomatic compound, raising fears of a widening security crisis in the heart of the city. According to Iraqi security sources speaking to Al Jazeera, the country's air defense systems successfully intercepted and destroyed the drones near the U.S. Embassy in central Baghdad. Earlier, drones were also detected near the Balad Air Base, one of Iraq's largest military installations located north of Baghdad. The escalating drone activity suggests a growing wave of attacks targeting strategic military and diplomatic locations across the country. The tensions had already been rising earlier in the day. An attack on Camp Victory, located near Baghdad International Airport, triggered a fire and reportedly wounded at least 5 people. Security officials have not yet confirmed who was responsible for the attack. Meanwhile, another development has added to the volatility in Iraq. An Iraqi security source told Al Jazeera that an airstrike targeted the headquarters of the Popular Mobilization Forces in the Jerf al-Sakr area south of Baghdad. At least 3 people were reported wounded in that strike. The Popular Mobilization Forces, also known in Arabic as Hasht al-Shabi, are an umbrella network of mostly Shia paramilitary factions. These groups were formally integrated into Iraq's national security forces during the fight against ISIS. However, several factions within the network maintain strong ties with Iran, making them a key player in the region's growing geopolitical tensions. The Iraqi government has now reacted strongly to the growing violence. Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani condemned the attacks targeting Iraqi security forces and resistance groups. In a statement released Sunday, Sudani warned that continued escalation in the region could trigger chaos, fuel extremism, and disrupt global supply chains. With drones intercepted over Baghdad,
doing it to
missile
everybody
strikes
else's oil.
reported near military bases, and fresh air attacks hitting armed groups inside Iraq, the country appears increasingly caught in the middle of a widening regional conflict. For now, security forces remain on high alert as Baghdad braces for possible further attacks.
The only people who would actually be doing anything over there, because they or anybody who has anything to be able to do, would be China and Russia, because I mean they benefit for they get oil from that region. So it's one of those things that sounds like the United States is trying to goad Russia or China into going a different direction oil supply. That or stand against why they go with Iran in the first place and start trying to seize the oil. So it's like, how much do they really want the resources that are in that region?
An Iraqi resistance group released a chilling video purportedly showing a direct attack on a major American military base in Iraq. Kataib Hezbollah showed a first-person view FPV drone strike on the U.S. military's Victory base near Baghdad International Airport. The footage showed 2 FPV drones hovering over the critical base undetected before crashing into buildings inside the high-security compound. The footage starts with a low-cost drone showing what appears to be a hangar. It then flew over it and several other buildings before diving toward a dome-structured building. The second part of the footage showed an FPV drone flying over an apparent cargo area inside the base. It then moved toward the runway and crashed into a structure alongside it. The footage sent shockwaves across the region and in Washington. Experts said the strike represents the first known successful use of an FPV attack drone by the militia against a U.S. base in Iraq, potentially allowing it to evade existing air defense systems. So what exactly are FPV drones, and why are they becoming one of the most feared weapons on the modern battlefield? These small aerial drones, equipped with onboard cameras, are changing the face of modern warfare. These drones transmit live video feeds directly to an operator, allowing the pilot to see exactly what the drone sees and manually guide it toward a target. Originally designed for racing and hobby use, they are now increasingly being adapted as one-way kamikaze attack drones. Capable of carrying explosive payloads, these drones can cost only a few $100s, making them far cheaper than traditional precision-guided weapons. Despite their low cost, they are capable of inflicting serious damage on military infrastructure. The war in the Middle East is entering a terrifying new phase as Iran continues to lash out at U.S. bases and bombard Israeli towns and cities, keeping the region on edge with relentless strikes and missile barrages. At the same time, a new threat is emerging that has even the most advanced air defense systems scrambling. Swarms of cheap, highly maneuverable FPV drones and low-cost unmanned systems that can evade radar, overwhelm interceptors, and strike targets with deadly precision. These low-cost, hard-to-detect area weapons are forcing militaries to rethink defense as traditional systems struggle against waves of agile, inexpensive drones that can slip through the cracks and reshape the battlefield.
I mean, there are people that are pretending to be OnlyFans models. They're AI gen. Really tell. Like, unless you see them walk right into your home. Like, that's not even really Ben Stiller. Some random person. That actually be I know he can do that. Michael B. Jordan and Steak and Shake. I know that's a Steak and Shake. Can't tell me it ain't a goddamn Steak and Shake. I know a goddamn Steak and Shake when I see a motherfucking Steak and Shake. Or an In-N-Out. Well, it's basically the same goddamn thing, to be honest with you. Steak and Shake, In-N-Out, all that 50s vibe. One day, In-N-Out burger. Which Ohio don't have In-N-Out. Basically. Or Five Guys. Probably it's like it looks like a blend of Five Guys and Steak and Shake. Five Guys don't really have Steak and Shake does. Steak and Shake food of Five Guys. Damn, some tweakers. Tweakers. So your shoulders, arms aren't even real? Hair ain't real, his arms ain't real. Isn't that the guy that got hair exposed? Fraud maxing. Pretty sure that's the no hair guy. He's probably doing it for part of the plan. The vacuum killed them. I guess the air pressure. It's weird how that works. Be porn. Even going to the comments. It's gonna be porn. It'd be straight up porn. Move on. Know that my question's never gonna get asked. I don't want it. I just wanted some. I want an apple, blackberry. Do I need your loogie? Loogie bubble. Interested. Jail. Still about the. Put the whole can there. Put it in. All right. They which way they needed it. Like, dude, you got to receive. Well, he's probably. Oh no, I thought that was he had a scar of it. It's just a line from the wig. Like, don't wear a wig, dude. For one, like, wearing the hat and the hair, it's already created an illusion, a size of a size illusion. It already makes your head look tinier than your body. Because you don't give people's eyes a time to adjust to you. You're covering it up with this hair and pretending that's your real hair. And I mean, then you're like size maxed in shirts, whatever. That's why I said that's got to be for show, and it can't be him really trying to get one over. Yeah, one's from a crispier edge and the other's not. How it works. Be able to whip that car. It's hard as hell to throw a grenade because the way you hold it, your thumb is like this spoon. So like this. You can't just go like that. Throw it because your thumb's gonna release the spoon. It's gonna be like, Pshong! Be like, oh shit, and try to whip it. That's actually smart because no matter what, that jar's gonna break. That jar's gonna break. That even if it hits in the grass, it's gonna crack that enough. That grenade jostling around in there is heavy enough. It's gonna crack and break that jar. You'll be able to whip it. And that you can actually throw like a baseball without worrying about the spoon coming. That's the thing about grenades, is why it makes all these movies fake, that you can't throw it like a baseball. So throwing that shit 60 yards ain't gonna work. That you might be able to. If the jar can withstand thing coming out, or the force in which the grenade's going to be flying out with the jar, it's going to cause it to shift. If it's really heavy on the torque acceleration force, the grenade's going to shatter out the ass end of the jar. Smart. Oh, what? He said, "Yay!" Uh. Him. Wow. Is that poop? How's that poop? Ain't. Stamp of approval. Lots of parking. Oh, they stealing.
Breath. Then press your thumbs back towards your ears and place your cup your hands into 2 C shapes as you take a breath. Then press your thumbs back towards your ears and place your fingers along your brow, creating a seal to keep the air from escaping. Then tilt your head down and push air through your nose. This will create an air bubble that gets trapped inside the hand cups, and that air bends light the same way it does above water, so your eyes can focus normally. And when you look through it, the air in the bubble lets your vision work normally, allowing you to see underwater. Cup your hands into
What?
two C shapes
No
as you
way.
take a breath. Then press
For
your thumbs
fuck's
back
sake.
towards your
Tell Gambit, man. That's all we need is Gambit rolling around with a card pistol. Kaboom. Ain't a nuke. Come on, these fake videos. This shit is fake. Mother and all the shit.
The war has reached space. Israel destroyed Iran's military satellite center. I'm not joking. Israel's victory is also in space. Iran's plot failed. Dozens of satellites were saved thanks to Israel. We will bring you all the information that can be told about this story. And Donald Trump, he's planning to break the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. US President Donald Trump is working to establish an international coalition to open the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran has blocked. And at the same time, a dramatic option is being considered, taking control of the Iranian oil terminal on Karag Island. The Israeli Mossad, in a message to the people of Iran, the final battle will begin soon. The Revolutionary Guards mocked the Americans in prime time. The Saudi crown prince, with a dramatic demand by bin Salman, is revealed, which is the head of the snake in Tehran must be cut off. Saudi Arabia's secret weapon is also revealed, the move that leaves Iran without any kind of answers. And right now, in 3 parallel arenas inside Iran, the IDF has launched another wave of strikes in Iran against the regime. Meanwhile, in Tehran, they are preparing for the next wave of protests against the Revolutionary Guards in Iran, with checkpoints in the streets, more restrictions on the internet. And the security forces led by the Revolutionary Guards are expanding the deployment of checkpoints and policing in the major cities. Fearing attacks by the IDF's suicide drones, with many checkpoints and positions that have been deployed in tunnels and under bridges. The authorities have also expanded the internet restrictions, except for senior officials who are the voice of the Iranians, according to them. Abbas Araghchi, in a militant message, Iran is ready to expand the confrontation beyond the current arena. The Iranians are carrying out missile launchers in a slow trickle towards Israel in an attempt to disrupt the daily life in the Jewish state with missiles that's too bad that they do not know how resilient and strong we, the people of Israel, are. And meanwhile, in Lebanon, the terrorist organization Hezbollah is demanding that Lebanon break into the Ukrainian embassy, claiming that the Ukrainians are hiding a Mossad agent in their embassy inside Lebanon. I'm Yair Pinto, and with me is Mati Shoshani, and we are the boots on the ground that bring you all the truth about what's happening in Israel and all the reports on the war between Israel, Iran, and
I mean, boots
the
on the
United
ground.
States
You're
of
in
America.
Israel.
And this
You're
is day
Israeli.
17th of the war.
You're an
which is
Israeli
called
news
Lion's
network.
Roar or
You
Epic
should be
Fury.
boots on the
Depends
ground.
where you are at. And this is day 17th of this war, and it's on its way with the struggle over the Strait of Hormuz that is becoming the central arena of confrontation between Iran, the United States, and Tehran, as it tries to leverage its control over the world's most important energy crossroads in order to pressure the global economy, deter the West, and ensure the survival of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards regime. The Israeli Air Force struck a military satellite center in Iran. This military satellite was used to develop anti-satellite attack capabilities. The IDF says that the facility posed a threat to the Israeli satellites and to the space assets of other countries. The Israeli Air Force launched a wave of strikes in several cities in Iran. While Iran is gambling on the global energy crisis in the Strait of Hormuz, Trump is going on the offensive. An ultimatum to NATO, a threat to seize Karag Island, and a strategic dilemma for China. In the heart of Iran's strategy about the collapse. Meanwhile, today an unusual message appeared in Persian on the Mossad's X account, directed straight to the citizens of Iran and hinting at a new phase in the confrontation. Your final battle will begin very soon. We are with you. In the strike on Merhabad Airport, the plane of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was destroyed. The IDF announced that the aircraft was also used for military procurement and for ties with countries in the Iranian axis, and the strike is part of the efforts to damage the regime's capabilities for coordination and force buildup. Iran is carrying out launches of small number of ballistic missiles, which triggered alerts across wide areas of Israel. Iran is spitting in the face of the international law, and it's increasing its fire of cluster missiles, which are illegal according to the international law. These are rockets that turn into small missiles that are harder to intercept. The goal is to hit as many targets as possible without distinction. These missiles do not cause the same centralized damage as regular missiles, but they strike across a radius of up to 10 kilometers by dispersing large numbers of bomb belts carrying
I mean, if that's the
2.5 to
case, then
5
nuclear
kilograms
bombs
of
would.
explosives
No one in
from
the
the
world would
altitude.
be able to have a nuclear
Some of
bomb
them
because of the
do not
devastation
explode
that
and
they
remain
cause.
like mines that can be
So that
triggered
idea
by
is
innocent
ignorant.
civilians on contact. As the target bank in Iran run out,
That's that
or do they
propaganda
have
shit.
no option?
The we can do it, but you can't do it. Ignorance.
And I think we've seen the remarkable impact.
Unfortunately, those requests
This has been going for 11 hours.
for the American people. Please describe it.
A federal detainer is when someone is held in federal custody.
Yes. And when a federal detainer is issued to local law enforcement, they are obviously in local or state custody, correct?
Yes.
And federal officers take note of that apprehension and they say, we want to
Well,
come
they've
and
been live for
him
12
or
hours.
her to deport them. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in these sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's California, Illinois, New York, or other places, even in North Carolina, there are sanctuary jurisdictions. That federal detainer often prompts not any cooperation, not any assistance, but a release onto the streets. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, and Congressman, a federal detainer is federal law.
Yes.
That people must abide by, yet these jurisdictions, many of these jurisdictions are not abiding by that.
And we hear a lot of talk from the other side about victims of violent crimes, sex crimes.
There's some Space Marine I never understood why they do cutscene loading screen. Like, if you're going to do that little cutscene, then make it a loading screen. Your game is heavy. It takes this game takes ridiculously long to load anything in it. Then you can't tab out. Once you're in it, you're in it. Better not tab out. It will crash. I don't know what the...
Check for cloaked in viral seals. We do not want our armor compromised in combat. As the Emperor is a shield, so am I for my brothers.
The depot appears secure and devoid of Xenos.
Activate the Quartermaster's console and wake the machine spirit. Instruct it to load the implosive warhead onto the train and assist it when necessary.
Open that railway vehicle's cargo and place a Nova cannon implosive warhead inside.
Commencing transfer protocols. Attention. Services offline. Operators required to complete the transport process.
Waste nothing, brothers. This heretical behavior. And swarm of thieves. We crush the ravenous brood beneath our feet. Aid administered. Banner, ready to
Refilling
deploy.
magazines.
Our foes' wretched forces grow. Cycling cartridges.
Oh, first time I've gone down. Yesterday, I was able to take all the damage and go down. Tonto.
Assuring mission readiness. Secure injured ultramarine.
The honorifics must be. Where shall I plant this flag? Administering stables. Load up. Inputting the data.
Advanced condition land. The Omnicide provides.
I don't know how to look for medicals. Something.
Crack grenade unleashed.
Attention. Operator required receptory. Notify destination facility of shipment dimensions and communications console.
Who will act as operator?
Processing command. Resources acquired.
B2, 3. So B's down here.
That one's calling reserve forces.
A. That's C. A's over here. It's got to be over here.
Waste nothing, brothers.
A.
Interfacing now. Shoot your weapon out hot. Decline shot. Kill confirmed. Major tyranny. Friendly fire.
Overcannon explosive warhead requisition. Good. Escort the payload to the train. There is a lift nearby. Securing for our cargo.
This galaxy is not yours to devour, High Priest. No going back.
Server harness gun available. Target requires maintenance. Reloading. For the Emperor, for the Omnicide.
For the Emperor! My oath is my shield. Equipment found. Reserves head our adversary listen to renew their assault. Leg steady. Flash start out. Survey the terrain for
Advance one is clear. Gunstrike ready to deploy. Taking cover is advisable, but unnecessary. Operation log. Servitors functioning normally.
Atmospheric conditions have returned to normal.
Ammunition here! Does your aiming system need recalibration?
Sightlines diminished. Cross the bridge. Quickly.
Fresh ammunition acquired. And every last Xenos for the Imperium!
Atmospheric conditions have returned to normal.
Where shall I start this back? Brace for another storm!
Atmospheric conditions have returned to normal. Sightlines diminished.
I'm wary of the ease of this operation.
Obstruction detected. Removal is required to commence.
Acknowledged. Declutter complete.
Our banner awaits unturned. I appreciate your pain, brother.
Movement on track 6. Request servitors to clear wreckage.
Waste nothing, brothers!
Injecting stim.
Targeting requires maintenance.
Where shall I plant this flag?
Departmental editorial ordnance transfer. 3639 loading complete. Manifest updated.
Adjust your ocular module. Cycling cartridges. See nothing to the trickery feed off. Servo gun is fully operational. For the Emperor! For the Emperor! For the Omnicide!
Lieutenant Titus, the ordnance is loaded.
Good. Deploy it! Does your aiming system need recalibration?
Execute that one. Let us summon our power to the no further forces. You failed that order. Equipment found. Stim's ejected. Battery ready to deploy.
Pulsing warhead.
Unexpected. Let us reassess our approach.
Talassa, I have multiple swarms moving to your location. You have their attention. Deal with them swiftly. We will not get another shot at this. Requisition a motive engine. Route Xenos onto the tracks.
Cogitating proposition. There are engines in service that may be routed along the parallel tracks.
The train requires immediate protection.
Maybe failing by dispatch at the tracks control tower.
Enemy on the range! Move the train into their position! That's not me! Steal yourself! More are coming! This galaxy is not yours!
Fresh ammunition acquired.
Reserve haste!
Engine charge to 50%.
Servo gun is fully operational.
Our banner!
Link your armor to the Mechanicus device. You will need to keep close proximity to the charging station until the reset is complete.
Faulty charging system detected. Engines here requesting to perform rites of restoration.
Fresh magazine listening. Targeting requires maintenance.
Circuit complete.
We crush the ravenous brute beneath our...
Dispatching engine. Ensure all services are away from the rails.
Deploy immediately.
Standby engine ready for departure. Departing retaliation.
Payload launched.
Detonation in 5. Brace for shockwave. Doubtful anything lived through that. No Xenos bioscan.
Drove a nuclear bomb into the mountain.
Return to the battle match.
What the? Punch.
Germans have already established their capillary towers. Acadian platoon has taken up position near an abandoned Imperial fortress. Their weapons will lead the counterattack. The Acadian commander can brief you on the fortress's current status.
The Tyranids will pay for what they have done here. The Xenos will turn this planet to a husk.
The fortress's Icarus las cannons are strong enough to bring down that beast, and the towers.
Even with your aid, we do not have the forces to penetrate the main gate. You will need another way in.
Hold your position. We will access the las cannons.
This path will lead you into the jungle and towards the fortress. May the Emperor grant you success.
We must continue towards the fortress, brothers. Captain Akaran, the Cajuns cannot topple that Tyranid behemoth without the fortress's weapons.
The front gate is inaccessible, so you must enter from below. Fortress schematics show a waste reclamation center. Travel beneath the Tyranids and up into the fortress.
I would prefer a frontal assault. That silenced the Tyranid fire's hit.
Is a bastion in these dark times.
There is no pain I could face that would match the disappointment of my battle.
You strike to the heart of it. I can imagine that.
Heretical behavior! Pathetic tyranny of abomination. Deploying fragmentation! Deserts who advance without support too often. We are more effective as a unit.
Worried that I will steal all the glory.
I am worried for those who will have to retrieve your gene seed from the thick of the enemy. Changing magazine. No! Execute that one! Let them summon wager I could break your guard.
That is a
Just
confident
said.
boast, brother.
Not a boast, a challenge.
I accept. Better I find a weakness in sparring than in battle.
Your weapon, I'll put your fire, brother.
Captain, the waste center entrance and our victory are right ahead.
Good. The hive ships are moving into range of the capillary towers. We are in Kadaku's final hours.
It will not be long now until we are in the fortress, brothers.
The ravenous brood beneath our
Fresh magazine in. See us! Show them carnage!
There is
Fresh
no going back,
munitions.
brothers.
War gear acquired.
Quieter than I expected.
Welcome, ministers. System reset required. Initiate rites of reawakening at all consoles to terminate hibernation.
Awakening the system moves us closer to slaughtering the tyrants. Search out the consoles.
Leave this place without awakening all the console.
Blessings extended to the slumbering unit. Awakening has begun. Console has been reawakened. Functions restored. vessel detected. Sharing the divine blessings of the machine. Attention, ministers. Communication with console halted. Biological impurity detected. Invasive material must be removed prior to resumption.
Whatever this impurity is, we shall expunge it from the system. Sending fragments.
Unregistered biological matter present. Removal required.
This tide of Xenos is ending.
Swapping magazine. The tyranid pollution ensnares the system.
These are merely weeds. We must cut down the spores at their roots.
Communication with consoles paused. Expel foreign matter to resume.
It shall spread its damn pollution no more. Rotten inside and out.
Where shall I plant this flag?
Presence of invasive material detected.
It shall
Eliminating
spread its damn pollution no
foreign
more.
biological matter no longer detected. System accessible. Resume communion with the console, ministers. Communion established. Transmission of blessing has commenced.
What needs grappling?
Console operational. Connection to core controls established. Praise the Messiah. System restoration complete. Primary controls reset.
We activated the consoles. We must open the door. We are inside the fortress, Captain.
Head up to the cannons and remind the Xenos of whom they dare to attack.
Unleashing frag grenade.
Disgusting tyranny.
Launching frag grenade! Be your mark! For the Emperor! Ammunition here! Follow me through. Ammunition cache here. Keep them! Our banner with the fire. Radiate noted. Into the morgue.
No.
Let us ride up and glorious battle.
Do not get turned around.
The Tyranids seem to know you're close. They are amassing at the fortress.
Good. My blade will be soaked in Tyranid blood. Waste nothing, brothers. It is even bigger up close. Good. We must turn the cannons on it while there is still time. Looking Belgium on it, please. That one's calling the third force. Administering self-aid. Swapping out magazine.
You are near the last cannons. You will need to find the manual controls to operate them.
We see the console. Soon we will use this fortress's weapons on the Tyranids.
Defensive cannons active. Targeting system non-functional. Initializing secondary system. Communion established. All specs connected. Mobile targeting system online. As you enter the service
Titan launches its missiles. Disgusting tyranny.
Weapons ready. Awaiting target. Aim and fire with a sidearm to commence attack.
The tyranny dares to attack. It does not.
Defense cannons depleted. Engage auxiliary generators to resume firing.
The Titan launches its missiles. This is done. Let us fire at the Tyranids.
Remote system no longer detected. Engage console to re-establish communion between the fortress and service car. Service car detected. Synchronization complete. Cannons ready.
Maintain the space between you and our enemy's assault. War attacks like that, and this abomination. Brothers, it retaliates. Mind your positions. This monstrosity! The Hierophant, the cannons are depleted. Refill them with energy from the generators. Stop that target from riding fresh forward. Obliterate this filth!
Fortress control has been disrupted. Re-establish service call and system communication. Communion successful. Cannon targeting link enabled.
gates unfurled. Our glorious banner strengthened our
Searching for target. Fire with your sidearm to commence target lock.
The Hierophant attacks! Defensive positions! Maintain the space between you and our enemy's assault!
We have a clear shot on the towers. Take the shot on those damn towers and unleash divine retribution. Just make sure the tenants choke on their meal.
Obey it.
I lack the locomotion to hover over each of you as you work.
But
Has defied multiple summons to withdraw from her Mechanicus facility on Avarax, and we do not know why. Captain Acheron has tasked me to aid in your retrieval of the Magos biologists before the Tyranids completely engulf the mining base, causing unnecessary loss of data.
Honored to perform our duty, Magos. Atmospheric conditions are suboptimal to mission deployment and evacuation. This is as close as I can get you to the Longinus Gamma facility. For the Emperor!
Gargantuan Xenos digger.
Take heed, Viridian. Trigon target acquisition vectors are unknown. Best to keep moving and stay together. Projecting a sense of tactical dominance may deter it from attacking. For now.
Trigon could be anywhere. Close formation.
Form up and move.
A shame we lack time and armaments to properly engage.
Indeed, Meridian. Unless the Tyranid Barrow devours the target, its extermination is not mission critical.
Run as one, brothers.
Tyranid!
Not the beast! Rally and relocate, brothers! Tarry not, and scatter not! Equipment found! Waste nothing, brothers! Watch for the beast!
A lift station lies just ahead, Meridian. Considering the Dragon's presence is incidental to our objective, utilize the lift to reroute closer to Mitrian's keep.
Understood, Magos. The lift is within our sights. Ready to deploy. This guarantees the door to power. Resources acquired. Load up. Tossing crack.
Summon the transport lift at the request of Migos. Remain patient. Transport lift inbound. Perplexing. I have transmitted no authorizations.
This is not an ideal rally point. You must keep moving until the lift arrives.
Transport lift status incomprehensible. Begins, ceases. Begins, ceases.
Ignore the servo scum and focus on footholds.
Has arrived.
Go! Regroup on the lift!
For the Emperor, for the Omniscient.
Ignoel Mitrian welcomes you to Longinus Gamma Bio-Research Facility. Please do not disturb the lift. It would be a waste. I have no music to play while you descend. Use the silence to contemplate your futile, brutal existence in service to a desiccated cause.
Something is amiss with this servo skull.
Viridian, the servo skull is enslaved to an unknown master. I am...
Irritant signal silenced. Continue to discuss your fate amongst yourselves. It changes nothing.
Place your faith in Magos Gallio, brothers.
A suggestion, abandon Gallio's misguided vendetta against the Magos biologists. Do you know what Gallio and Metrian achieved together? Ask about Project Zeta-6 if you ever speak to him again.
That triangle is a greater threat than our functioning servers.
Your righteous readers to the Tyrannus rule, drawing closer and closer.
We crush the ravenous brood. I have never encountered a server skull malfunction like this before. Servers can't serve the Imperium beyond their lifespan. Remember that, brothers.
No Trigon shall compromise our objective. Before the day's end, it shall die at our hands.
I was worried you had fallen victim to Metrian's mastery of malphonic disruptive frequencies, but now the uncomfortable sensation associated with relief cools my remaining skin. Be warned, Viridian. Metrian cannot hope to stand against you alone, so she will lie and store in hope the Xenos swarm will devour you. Case in point, she has enslaved that server skull as a crude mouthpiece, but give her word zero credibility for the mission's sake and your own.
Metrian has failed thus far, and she will continue to fail.
The facility will be infested in moments.
Status. The facility is well stocked in mining gear. Requisition melter charges to eradicate the tunnels and halt the infestation.
Find a melter ordnance with dispatch.
Your flesh has
I have a melter charge.
The department and Minotaur will be notified of this melter charge.
Purify the infected tunnels with the melter charges.
Here, a melter charge.
Authorization granted. Exercise proper precautions when handling melter charges.
Place melter charges on the Xenos swarm spot.
Without Ignoel Metrian, you would all be dead by now.
Cleanse those Xenos passages.
The thermal power of the Imperium will halt this infestation.
Melter demolition structure should be disposed.
Eradicate the Xenos crawlways with the melter charges.
None of this matters. You will be dead soon.
I've spawn tunnel collapsed.
The Imperial
Melter charge source, brothers.
The department and Minotaur will be notified of this melter charge requisition.
Place melter charges on the Xenos swarm spots.
Out, you damn Theramite tactics.
Already sealed. Infestation slowed.
Keep scanning for signs of the Trigon.
Nikos Gallio, I hereby order you to turn your weapons on each other.
Inside the facility, you'll find Metria cowering in her data enclave.
Gallio, old friend of mine. If you missed our binaric discourses, you could have sent communication. I observe you still pathetically cling to thews of soft tissue. Remember, meat lacks efficiency, whereas metallic alloys stave off corrosion and degradation for far longer.
How far you have fallen, that I must drag you back into the fight.
Our banner awaits unfurled. Ammunition here.
You are pawns of a redundant system gridlocked by bureaucracy and blinded by flash face.
For the Omnicide.
3 meat lackeys seems like overkill, Gallio. You think too highly of me. These poor, inert variables shall perish here, devoured by the Tyranids. And you do not care.
Mitrian shut down power to the uplink terminals. You must resupply the generator with a backup power cell. She hopes the Tyranids will annihilate you, but she underestimates the second company.
Search the area for a power cell.
I beseech you, Gallio. Bear witness to the summation of our divine arithmetic from long ago. Remember Project Zeta 6?
As my theorems predicted, your life vector has converged with renegade factors, and Zeta 6 was a waste of computational resources and one perfectly good Grox. Surrender now, and perhaps leniency can be granted. After the might proves, of course.
You are a redundant functionary. Your Astartes shall die here, alone, in the dark.
Waste nothing, brothers. Equipment found.
Light and darkness. How easily flesh parts deceive their perception.
Disrupt her attempts to connect with our facilities network. Mitrian will seize any opportunity to damage crucial data, which would deem this mission a failure. Do not let her connect to the consoles.
Disconnect the cowering tech priest from her cradle of wiles.
I am copies of copies, backups of backups, and I degrade not. You have already fallen.
Dig in and defend! Commencing signal severance.
We disabled this console.
Return to Mitrian's continuous connection. See, Mitrian, the more you thrash, the deeper you set our hooks.
Back, ready to deploy.
Brother, adjust your
Skitter to the green.
Space tagged a burrowing tyranny.
nothing, Galio. My machinations are already achieving my designs. You are fools as... Science, Mitrian. Viridian, confirm possession of her quivering mass of computational gray matter. The Magos biologist is in Viridian's possession. Pilot, Viridian is ready for evacuation. Sending updated extraction coordinates to you now, Viridian. Munitions replenished. Waiting on you. Resources acquired. Changing magazine. Restoring battle readiness. For the Emperor!
Through one-ass maelstrom weeks.
Not even this interminable storm dampens our chapter's colors. Where shall I plant this flag? That silenced the Tunnic's final chittering.
Fresh ammunition acquired.
There is no going back, brothers.
Resupply.
Guess the guy doesn't know how restorations work. As long as you don't take damage, you're good.
I cannot land with that burrowing abomination lying about. Deep scans have penetrated the atmospheric disturbances and Mitrian's meddling code. Trigon vulnerability data pushed to your displays.
Brilliant. Form up and dig into the fight.
Focus on the gaps in the Trigon's exoskeleton. Locate melter charges and cauterize the high tunnels.
Place melter charges on the Xenos swarm spots.
I hate these rancid vermin, but killing them is gratifying. Equipment power.
Really on the side.
yourself, the Imperial device. Unleashed.
Dispensing snares.
Looking meltable. Trigon counterattack. Imminent. Our banner will transfer.
Trigon kill confirmed. My congratulations, Meridian. The mission is a success, despite the odds.
This errant Magos should receive repercussions for her maladaptive behaviors.
Ignore.
Against the Emperor is not good. Oh my goodness. Playing with new people.
I lack the locomotion to hover.
Oh, goodness. Actually, I'm gonna go make some food. Out there. I have a bunch of stuff to do in the morning, so I need to get sleep. Go to bed early tonight. I notice all of my icons are massive. That's because some idiot yesterday talking nonsense. But yeah, you can thought it'd be have all of my icons. Nephew, wife, random dude, the one background take art. Thoughts video games. I don't see that from like some pricing. Anything else is like weird stuff for I needed for class. This was for a computer class project. This was patient's project. That's a DoorDash receipt. It's actually the wrong order. I had to don't know what that. But yeah, that bad on my desk. Be dumb. Get back. Time.